including staff from many. So, respected Director Sir, Chief Guest of this occasion, DDA Sir, Lieutenant Colonel Abhijit Sarkar Sir, Soilek Mesa Sir, Director Medovation, Mr. Chris Barr from USA, Mr. Sebastian Medjin from Germany. So on behalf of Aiims Bhubaneswar family, I welcome you all to this workshop. You all are guests of Aiims Bhubaneswar family. You all know that optimum reprocessing of the instruments, it is very crucial for the maintenance of the optimum outcome and infection control in the hospital. That's why Cssd is considered as the heart of the hospital. So, when the instrument is optimally reprocessed, so your infection rate is less, so the requirement of the antibiotic in the hospital for the patient is less. Similarly, when the surgical site infection is less, the stay of any patient in the hospital is less. When your staff are healthy, amount of leave or number of leave they taken from the hospital is less. So that's why Cssd indirectly it generates a huge revenue for the hospital. Although we do not see them, it is invisible one, but indirectly it generates a lot of revenue for the hospital. So our main focus should be there in the reprocessing of the instruments optimally. So this program is carefully prepared to cover each and every aspect of the reprocessing of the instruments in a healthcare setup. So I request you all to listen carefully. At the end of the session, you must be wiser than what you are when you are entering to this auditorium. So I welcome you again for this workshop. If any doubt, anything, you can stop all the speakers in between and ask. You should not leave the hall with doubts. And whatever you are learning from this one-day program, it must be translated to the practice. Otherwise, there is no value of attending and eating going from the auditorium. So again, I request you and welcome you all to the workshop. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. I invite Lieutenant Colonel Mr. Abhijit Sarkar, Deputy Director of Administration, Aiims Bhubaneswar, to address the gathering.
A very warm good morning to you all. Respected and honorable dignitaries on the dais, the chief guest for today's function, Professor Dr. Ashutosh Biswas, Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Kreisberg, Channel Manager, Sterilization, Disinfection and Control, Mr. Joachim Sebastian Metzing, Product Manager, Mesa, Germany, Mr. Shailesh Mehta, Director, Medovation, INC, Bangalore. Of course, Mr. Debaratra Basu, Senior Scientific Officer, Cssd, Tata Medical Center from Kolkata will be joining after some time. And Professor Dr. Ashok Jaina, who is the FIC in charge of Cssd. The other eminent dignitaries who are of the dais, the senior nursing officers, and participants associated with Cssd, officials and staff. I firstly welcome you all to this workshop of monitoring of cleaning and sterilization processes in healthcare facilities, which is being conducted today. I also equally thank all the guest speakers who have graced this occasion and also accepted this invitation for giving their expertise and knowledge in this knowledge-based development program on the various aspects of sterilization processes and also the best practices which is being followed globally. And I'm sure during this interactive forum there will be a lot of brainstorming sessions wherein there will be certain takeaways and it will be beneficial and useful in your daily practices. I sincerely thank once again Professor Dr. Jana and his team for conducting and organizing this function today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I now invite our chief guest of this event, Professor Dr. Ashutosh Biswas, Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer, Aiims Bhubaneswar, to address the gathering.
Very good morning to all of you. Our respected the dignitaries on the dais, especially those who are coming from out of India, Mr. Joachim Singh, who is from Germany, who is well known and you can say the world authority in this field. We are extremely happy and proud to be with him today in this special workshop program. Another stalwart, the renowned personality, Mr. Chris Bird, who is from UK, is also equally competent and very expert member, and we are extremely happy to have him here today, and would like to thank him for sparing the valuable time, both of them coming from abroad and adding feathers to your wings, Aiims especially for flying high and high. And I would like to also thank the committee members, other members, those who are on the dais, Mr. Devadatta Basu, who is on the way due to, I think, delayed flight, and also Shailesh Mehta, who is the director of the Innovation INC, and also Mr. Shailesh, and also our Dr. Ashok Kumar Jena, who is the organizing secretary of this workshop. And I am extremely happy to know that also the more than 450 delegates are participating in this workshop. It shows that is really a tremendous desire and demand of this kind of program. And I welcome you all on behalf of the Aiims family for having all the participants and experts coming here in this workshop. Now, depending, as you have more than about 450 participants are coming, that shows that really it is a very important topic, important area in the hospital setting, healthcare setting. That is your cleanliness, cleaning and infection and sterilization. And why it is important and why it is so much given value to this, because it is a matter of life and death. In which way this is related to life and death, because of a linkage is the infection. That is, directly or indirectly, we are talking about the infection rate and morbidity and mortality in a hospital setting, healthcare setting. So final outcome that how we are going to reduce the mortality and morbidity through this program and creating awareness, knowledge and skill in this workshop. So how we could reduce, by what kind of practice really you need, what kind of our knowledge that you need, and this is workshop to bridging the gap of your knowledge that related to the infection control, infection transmission, hospital-acquired infections, and especially the surgical care. That is what this program specially is. Every hospital, it has their infection control committee and antibiotic stewardship program to reduce this all mortality and morbidity, how to reduce this, to reduce the transmission, hospital-acquired infection transmission, and then finally the death. That's one great, very serious issues, especially concerned in India. When somebody is having infection through this surgical, if the surgical, all these equipments and instruments are not really sterilized properly, cleaned properly, how we are going to put risk to the patient, those who are undergoing surgery or patient care. What amount of this kind of hazards and risk that we are really causing if you are having not knowledge into this field, is especially the infection. And you can know the infection has become a very big where we are spending due to infection. Anything, our Indian mentality and setup is different than UK and US and other developed countries. To control this infection and the nature that we have, the policy that we have for controlling the infection is not like developed country. And that nature is really inviting the more resistant bugs and they're failing to tackle those resistant organisms with the appropriate antibiotics. And then this resistant organism is the cause for high mortality rate. And we do not have much molecules antibiotics to play with to treat, to cure these organisms, the resistant organisms. Not much of the antibiotics are developed or newly created, newly formed. These old antibiotics are going for many, many years. That's the limitation. Our behavior is anything happening. If you have a cough for 2 days, you go straightway to the pharmacy and ask for, and the pharmacist give you the antibiotic. Over the counter, you get the antibiotic easily, but this kind of practice is never happening in developed country. And therefore, you take the inadequate dose, inadequate duration, and improper antibiotic, which leads to the infection in the community. Not only this infection control that we need to focus on the hospital, it is also a serious matter in the community. These resistant infections are transmitted into the community because this in the hospital, whatever the infection that you have, the patient they have, and the healthcare workers, you are also getting infection from the patient and their vice versa. And then we are going to the community from the hospital, we are going home, we are going to our village, we are transmitting this hospital resistant organism to the community. And now the resistant organisms, the antibiotic, also not responding to the community acquired infection, not only the hospital acquired infection. It's a great challenge for the physicians and all the doctors to treat this community acquired pneumonia, the community acquired infections with the resistant bug is increasing very high. So you have to understand the chain and how to break this chain and the source of infection. Probably this is the one, your central sterilization of the hospital, the center, the cell, the unit where this all equipments are sterilized and cleaned. We have a Cssd department where this Dr. Chena is looking after, and we have been awarded so many in the WHO and other national award for this. We have a very sophisticated, very good, I could say, that centralized unit, and everyone would get a chance, you can have a look, walk into that, and we are trying to follow all kind of policies, and that is what you have come here to learn, how we should make your robust central sterilization unit, your department in your hospital to curb this infection transmission in your hospital setting. That is our aim, and its consequences, as I have told you, the resistant organism, we are spending billion and billion dollars for these resistant organisms, unnecessary use of the antibiotic. So it's a huge loss for the government, for us, because unnecessary. We are misusing, we are abusing the antibiotics because we don't know when to take, what kind of antibiotic to take. It just is your whimsical behavior that whenever we want, just take 1 or 2 days antibiotic. That's the second, your next consequence is if this sterilization process is not clear and is transmitting this infection from one to another, and the immediate consequences is the mortality, and then second, your remote consequences is the patient when getting cured, some amount of infection may carry into the community and is transmitting in the community, and then communities are at risk of having this infection, hospital-acquired infection. So it's a very serious matter. That is the reason that we have taken it very seriously, and it shows that all the participants, those who have come here and attending this, and they are very serious. I must compliment, I would like to thank you all, congratulate you all for thinking, taking it as a serious matter into your life, so that you will know and to bridge the gap of the knowledge so that you can satisfactorily you serve your domain wherever you are, and then hopefully you will have less morbidity and mortality and infection. You could be able to cut down the transmission of infection in the hospital. So thank you very much everyone for coming here, and also I would like to thank all the participants and all the expert members, the lead trainer, the world renowned personality is here in Aiims Bhubaneswar today, and I would like to also give a special thank to them, and thank you all the associate members associated with this program for making it very successful. Thank you one. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for briefing us on the importance of today's program. Now it's my privilege to move on to a very special part of our program, the felicitation of our esteemed guest. As a token of our love, respect and gratitude, we would like to honor them with unique handicraft items of Pipli. I now request our chief guest, Professor Dr. Ashutosh Biswas, to kindly felicitate Mr. Chris Bird. I also request them to felicitate Mr. Joachim Sebastian Messing. Now to felicitate Mr. Shailesh Mehta. Now I request Dr. Ashok Kumar Jana to kindly felicitate our chief guest, Professor Dr. Ashutosh Biswas, Executive Director and CEO of Aiims Bhubaneswar. I also request him to kindly felicitate Lieutenant Colonel Mr. Abhijit Sarkar, Deputy Director of Administration, Aiims Bhubaneswar. Thank you so much, dear guests, for accepting this small token of appreciation. Your presence has truly added grace and value to today's event. With this, we have come to an end of the inaugural ceremony. Now I would like to inform you all that there will be a short break of 15 minutes, after which we will be starting our lectures. I request everyone to gather here at 10:30 a.m. 10:15 a.m. Sorry. Thank you.
म्यूट कर दो
There is a slight change in the schedule. So first we will discuss about the bacterial barriers. These bacterial barriers, they are the crucial component of your sterilization packaging system in maintaining the sterility of your item. So it is important to understand the sterile barrier system versus primary sterile barrier or bacterial barrier. If you are making a package contains lot of things. Inside there will be instruments, internal indicator. Outside there will be neutral adhesive. There will be type 1 indicator, and there is a wrapping paper. So this whole item is a sterile barrier system, whereas bacterial barrier is a component of this package. So this bacterial barrier, typically it is responsible to maintain the sterility of your item inside. So you should know this system is total package, whereas bacterial barrier is a component of it. So a bacterial barrier is one of the components of the medical device packaging that minimizes the contamination of sterilized device from the end of sterilization process till to the time they are used on the patient. So from sterilization, at the end of sterilization cycle to the time of use, there is a huge gap. And the instrument set, it moves from Cssd to the site of use. So there is a lot of things happening in between. So your bacterial barrier, basically it maintains the item sterile till it is used in the patient. So it allows sterilization of the enclosed device and maintain its sterility until it is used. So in healthcare settings, bacterial barriers help to protect device from contamination caused by air, dust, microorganisms and human handling. So bacterial barriers are basically different packaging materials. So they are the bacterial barriers. So, the use of following should be prohibited. In any hospital, drums are no more used. They are obsolete in the hospital. If it is there in your hospital, please throw them out. So, drums should not be used. Newspaper, any packaging material from recycled materials should not be used for packaging purpose. So the importance of the bacterial barriers, they prevent the occurrence of healthcare associated infections and surgical site infections. They basically prevent the infection or spread of infection from healthcare professional to another healthcare professional, from staff to the patient, from patient to the patient. So they play the crucial role in the infection control or maintenance of the sterilization. So these bacterial barriers are basically class 2 medical devices. That means they are medium risk according to the US FDA. And not all packaging systems are compatible with all type of sterilization process. So usually in the Cssd or hospital setup, steam sterilization, ETO and plasma, they are the three methods commonly used for the sterilization purpose. So all type of packaging materials are not suitable for the all type of sterilization process. So before selecting a suitable packaging material, it is your responsibility to identify which packaging material is most suitable for which type of sterilization process. So when you are procuring any packaging material, it must be approved one. US FDA approved. Please procure materials which one approved. And it should have ISO 11607 Part 1, Part 2 and EN 868 standardization. At least they should have these two standardization. And all these packaging materials, they usually regulated by AMI, AORN or Joint Commissioners. Their manufacturing process, end user satisfaction, all those things are monitored by different regulatory authorities. So the key requirements are, it should allow all this packaging material, it should allow your chosen sterilant to enter into the packet, and it should allow to exit from the package outside. Device should remain protected until opened. Whatever you have sterilized, it should remain sterile till it is used in the patient. And it should maintain the device protection during storage and transportation. One important thing is, it should tolerate the vacuum draw. During the sterilization process, when there is a vacuum, your whole package will shrink and expand. So there should be sufficient strength to tolerate the vacuum draw, and it should be user-friendly and non-toxic. So all the bacterial barriers, they are mainly divided in 3 categories. Flat wraps, it includes oven fabric, that is approved cloth. It is usually suitable for the steam sterilization, but in healthcare setup, cloth or linen, they are rarely used for the packaging material. And non-oven fabric, it is the SMS paper and crepe paper. They are suitable for the steam sterilization and ETO sterilization. Whereas peel pouches, they may be Steripacs or they may be Tivigrills. Steripac is commonly used for the steam and ETO, whereas this Tivigrill, they are typically used for the plasma, but can be used for the ETO. But they are costly, so they are usually not used for the ETO. And rigid containers, latest packaging material, they are used for the steam, plasma and ETO. But whenever you are using any container for the plasma and ETO, please follow the manufacturer's recommendation, because all type of containers are not suitable for plasma and ETO. So oven wrap. In between, if any query, anything, you will ask me. Okay. These are basically linen. So when linen, they are used for the packaging, it must be detergent, bleach and other chemical free. There should not be any bleach inside or any chemicals, because during sterilization they may react with the sterilant and produce different toxic elements. It must be lint free. So that's why these wrapping materials, they are not common linen. Those are used for the other purposes in the hospital. It must be washed and ironed before use. So every time you have to wash, clean and iron. Whatever linen is used for the wrapping or packaging purpose, the thread count must be 140 by 140. That means in a square inch of the linen, there will be 140 vertical threads, 140 horizontal threads, at least. Otherwise, it will not allow your instrument to protect. If thread count is less, that means more porous. So microbes can easily enter inside. So that's why it should be at least 140 by 140. It should not have any hole or any breaks in the fabric. If you find any breaks, any hole in your packaging, that linen, it should not be used. Okay? But all, even if there is a small hole, you should not throw it. Okay? So if there is any hole or breaks in fabrics, it should not be sewn. Sewing should not be done. Because if you are sewing it, multiple punctures you are creating. So it is better to fill that gap or break with the vulcanized pack. With the vulcanized pack, you have to do the iron, then automatically it will stick to the linen. And only sterilization indicator tape or neutral adhesive tape should be used to close the wrapped package. Elastomeric bands, typically designed for the steam sterilization or sterilization purpose, can be used. But ordinary things like this, they should not be used for closure of the package, because they cannot tolerate the high temperature 134 degrees centigrade. And the safety pins and all those things, they will create more holes in your fabrics. So they should not be used. And never write on the linen. And always write on the, although linen can tolerate your writing pressure, but they may create holes in your fabrics. So it should be only written on the neutral adhesive or indicator tape, not on the packaging material. Any doubt, anything? All clear? Good. Now non-woven wraps. They are basically polymers. Typically these are SMS paper and crepe papers. Okay. They are disposable. That means they are used for the single use purpose, whereas linen can be used multiple times. So SMS paper is, SMS stands for spin bond, melt blown, spin bond, SMS. This is typically a fabric technique, you don't have to know in detail, but what is SMS, at least you should remember the full form of SMS. It is not short message service, okay? So this SMS is typically it is 3 layer, okay? But sometimes SMMS, that is spin bond, melt blown, spin bond. So if it is SMMS, it is 4 layer. Similarly, multiple other layers are there, but in healthcare setup, it is usually 3 layer SMS paper is used. So these papers are made basically 100% polypropylene fabrics and they are hydrophobic. The advantage or beauty of this is they do not attract any water. They are hydrophobic. Okay. However, this crepe paper, they are basically paper on which you write. Okay. They are made up from the wood cellulose. They are the crepe papers and they are hydrophobic. They have a very good love with the water. Okay. So they attract water, whereas SMS paper, they repel water. They do not allow water to touch them. This crepe paper or wood cellulose paper, they are also available in pouches. Small pouches are there. The strength of crepe paper is less comparison to the SMS paper. So typically these pouches are used for the packaging of gauze. Okay? So it should not be used for packaging of any heavy instrument set. Otherwise there will be perforation. So never write on the wrapper. Always write on the sealing tape or use a printed label. Don't write on any packaging material because there will be perforation, chances of perforation will be there, so leakage will be there. So your instrument will not remain sterile. Flat wraps trays should never be stacked unless approved by the packaging manufacturers. So whenever you are sending these items or inside the Cssd, when you are preparing these packages, you should not stack like this. We do not do like this, only for the photo purpose I have done it. Okay? So if you do like this, what will happen? Any package in the ground floor, last one, so there will be chances of perforation. Okay? So if there is perforation, if sometimes not noticed, then your instrument, everything will not be protected. So never do like this. And for items with sharp corners, these cushion effects like with the help of the gauze or towel can be given. And always we encourage for the double wrapping. So double wrapping means there will be 2 layers of the wrapping material. Usually when double wrapping is followed, the inner should be the crepe paper, the outer should be the SMS paper. Why it is like this? I told that crepe paper is hydrophilic, whereas this SMS paper is hydrophobic. So when there is a double layer, first of all there will be multiple barriers so that microbes cannot enter easily to your instruments. So there will be excess protection to your instruments. Plus, for example, it is steam sterilization. So after steam sterilization, there may be little bit of moisture. So if crepe paper is there inside, they will attract. So your instrument, it will be dry. Whereas the outer layer is the SMS paper, that is hydrophobic. So during transportation, storage, if it comes in contact with any moisture, water, anything, so they will not allow to enter. Okay? So that's why double wrapping is always encouraged for better protection of the instruments. So any doubt, anything from this flat wrap, SMS and crepe papers from anybody? Good. Very, very good. Yes? They are for the single use. But linen still they tolerate, but not used regularly. Usually you do not use. But unless there is any old fabric, if fabric is intact, then you can use it. Now, paper plastic pouches. So they are basically made up of one side paper, another side is plastic. So they are made up of variety of material including cellophane, polyethylene, polypropylene and polyolefin sealed to the paper. One side there will be clear plastic and other side there will be paper. So the advantage there basically Steripex or Tyvek. Remember one thing, in the Tyvek I told that it is typically used for the plasma or hydrogen peroxide sterilization. Because in hydrogen peroxide sterilization, sterilizer, it does not allow anything with the cellulose. Okay? But in this Steripack, one side it is plastic, other side it is paper. Paper means cellulose. Okay? So if cellulose is there inside the chamber of hydrogen peroxide or plasma sterilizer, they will absorb the hydrogen peroxide gas, vapor. So the concentration of the hydrogen peroxide inside the chamber will become less. So your cycle will fail. Okay? So that's why any material, anything containing cellulose is not allowed for the plasma sterilization. Okay? So that's why the plastic and paper, the paper is not made up of the wood cellulose for the plasma sterilization. So it is only olefin fibers. Okay? That's why the cost of the plasma sterilization packaging material is 3 times, 4 times compared to the Steripex. So their advantage is transparent. You can easily identify any instrument present inside the packet. See, hydrogen peroxide vapor and plasma. Plasma is one step ahead of the hydrogen peroxide. This Tyvek release for hydrogen peroxide plus plasma. Plasma is basically a first stage, we say, na? Hydrogen peroxide vapor inside the electromagnetic chamber. So there will be better penetration of the hydrogen peroxide into the material. So that's why it is plasma. Both. So thermal stability, that means their packaging materials, they are stable in high temperature. Even in 134-degree temperature, their stability is there. And their strength is more comparison to the crepe paper or SMS paper. And you can mold them. Permeability is there. Seal ability is there, and bacterial, they are good bacterial barriers also. So these plastic paper pouches, they are available as self-sealed pouches. That means on one side it will be opened, but some glue stick will be there. You have to put the instrument and you have to seal like this. Okay. But non-sealed pouches means they are in the reel. You have to cut depending on your requirement. Then you have to seal from either end. So it allows direct contact of the, direct visualization of the content and the internal chemical indicator. So which instrument is there inside, you can easily identify. Also you can identify whether internal chemical indicator has passed or not. So usually we use instrument when internal chemical indicator is passed. Now question for you, if internal chemical indicator you can identify that it is passed, is it necessary to put the type 1 indicator on that package? Anybody? Because we will use the instrument based on the type 5 or type 6 indicator. If it is passed, then it is used. So, should we use the type 1 indicator or not on the package? Yes or not?
Yes, yes, sir.
Why to waste money?
Expiry.
Only for process indicator.
Yes. So type 1 indicator or external indicator, it will not tell you whether instrument is sterile or not. But it will tell you lot of information. If you are, for example, there is a DI fail, so you have to track the manually, track the instrument. So it will tell you who has the person who has packed this, which lot, everything, expiry date, sterilization date. So it gives other information. So even if it allows these packaging materials, they allows for the sterilization or whether it is done or not, but still type 1 indicator, they should be used on every package. And suitable for light weight instruments. They are not suitable for heavy instruments. So 1 or 2 light instruments like artery forceps, needle holders, they can be used for packaging of. And this package should be approximately 1/4 inch larger on all sides than the instrument being packaged. It should not be too tight, it should not be too loose. If instrument is loose, then it will move inside the package. So if it moves, there will be a chances of seal opening. Okay, so that's why it should not be too loose or it should not be too tight. Paper plastic pouches should not be put or kept within the wrap set or container. These packaging, these paper plastic packages, they should not be put inside the container or inside this SMS paper wrapping. Okay, because if they are put inside them, they may interfere in the steam penetration or penetration of the sterilants, and they are coming, they escape. So they should not be put inside any other type of packaging material. For curved instrument, the curved end of the instrument should be towards the plastic side, because if they are paper plastic, so plastic side it is more resistance or strength than comparison to the paper. So it should be always towards the plastic side. And for the sharp instruments, tip protectors should be used. Okay? Or double wrapping can be done or should be done. Okay? So such type of tip protector should be given, and or it can be also done double wrapping. For delicate instrument protectors like this can be used so that the end of your delicate instrument will not be broken or damaged. For double wrapping, always remember the plastic side should be towards the plastic and paper side should be towards the paper, so that you can identify. Also, it will help in the penetration of the sterilant. When you are doing the double wrapping, inner pouch should not be folded like this. You should not fold the inner wrap like this. By doing this, again, it will interfere in the penetration of a sterilant. For hinged instrument, general principle, you have to keep it open. Okay, so that sterilant can reach the hinge areas. Okay, it may be in the steam or it may be wherever it is. The principle, general principle, it should be open. Stapler, paper clips, clamps should not be used to seal the package. If you do not have proper sealing machine, then it is better not to seal the material, seal the package. By doing this, you are creating the holes or your seal is not secure. So you should not follow this. Writing should be only on the plastic side or use any printed labels. You should not write on the paper side. Okay? By writing on the paper side, again chances of perforation of your packaging material will be there. So it should be only on the plastic side. How to open? See, for this instrument, this needle holder or whatever, the critical component is this side, because it will go to directly to the patient's body. So whenever your assistant is opening the pouch, it is better to open on this side. Okay, so that surgeon can directly hold here. Okay, so this part is more crucial. So this principle can be followed. Your nursing officer who is assisting in the OT, they should know. Although they are called so-called sterile, they feel themselves, but it is better to maintain sterility each and every step. Quality control, see, the integrity of these papers or these pouches, it depends on the seal. How the seal is how much secure. So in day to day you can do this toluene blue test. Simply you put 0.5 ml of toluene blue and you check. If it is not leaking, these are the already seal which is done by the manufacturer. But this end sealing you have to do by yourself. So by putting this toluene blue, if it is not coming, you have to keep for the 5 seconds. Then if there is no leakage on the side, that means your seal is perfect. Okay? Although there are other methods to check the seal, but routinely, randomly you can do from any wrapping material. Any query, anything from this plastic paper? No. Very good. Please. So now the last part is rigid sterilization containers. They are the most protected or secure packaging materials available at present. Okay. The rigid containers, they are usually stronger than any other wrapping products. So if they are stronger means any heavy instruments can be packaged. This is the advantage of these containers. And ideal for delicate and heavy instruments such as surgical tray and orthopedic tools. Never be used if dent are identified on the container or on the lid. If there is any dent on the container, it should not be used. Okay, because the barrier is whole container. The stainless steel or aluminum body, it is the barrier system. If there is any dent or perforation, then your instrument will not be maintained sterile. Towel or tray liner should not be used unless it is approved by the manufacturer and they are cost effective and there is no damage to the instruments. Also they consider as a green barrier system. We will discuss how they help in the cost revenue generation, we will discuss. So basically filters or valves, they are the sterile barrier, use a sterile barrier. So in few containers, disposable filters are used. So every time before sterilization you have to remove and put one new this filter. Whereas in some it is integrated. The barrier it is integrated. Can be removable, cannot be removed. Okay. So it is better to have valve type of sterilization container so that your cost will be less in maintaining the sterilizer. So it ensures that gasket, handles and filters, filter locking mechanism, they are intact every time when you are packaging. You have to ensure all these things. Gasket is alright, handle is alright. If there is a breakage in handle, you have to lift. So the instrument set may fall. Okay? And the filter or valve is, if found loose, the sterility of the content inside will not be maintained. So you have to take care of all these things every time whenever you are packaging. So metal container versus non-metal container. Few containers are 100% metal. In few container, partly or full, there will be some plastic component. So but it is better to have the metal containers because the heat conductivity of the metal is superior comparison to the plastics. So if it is metal, then whenever there is a steam sterilization, whatever vapor, moisture remain, they will easily go out by the heat conduction of the metal containers. So in plastic containers, there will be a chances of having moisture or your instrument may little bit wet. So this is the, or in your steam sterilization or sterilization, the drying phase should be slightly more if you are using the plastic containers. Although the advantage I told that in the flat wraps, SMS paper and stacking cannot be done, but in the containers they can be kept one above other. But all containers they do not allow. So you have to follow the manufacturer instruction whether the containers can be stacked or not. Okay? Because by stacking usually they damage the filter. Okay, if your filter will be damaged, then stability cannot be maintained. The container, they are basically reusable box-like structure, act as a microbial barrier and must have tamper-proof seal. Okay, the seal of the container, it should be tamper-proof. Whenever you receive from the Cssd or when you open it in the OT, so this seal should be perfect. There should not be any tamper. Before that, nobody should open it. So basically, in few sterilization container, thermal locks are used. That means in this part, okay, so there will be thermal lock. When the temperature will raise to the 134 degrees, the lock seal, it will be locked. And nobody can be open it but cannot seal it. So thermal locks, or you can use similarly these plastic locks like this. If you find that there is any tampering, so you should not use that item in the patient. Then tray liners should not be used, but silicone mats can be used. By using the silicone mats, they may interfere in the drying phase of your sterilization cycle. Usually, In each sterilization container, there should be two internal chemical indicators, one on each corner. Okay, ideally, because they are the least accessible area for the steam or sterilants. That's why two should be used. But if there is stacks are there inside the container, then in every stack there should be two. Container revenue earning. Remember, each container it looks like costly. Okay, if it is 1 STU, usually the 1 STU good container is approximately 1.2 lakh. One container. Okay, but manufacturer they give guarantee for 5,000 cycles. Okay, so without doing anything, one container can be used for the 5,000 cycles. If you do not use container, then you have to use the wrapping material, any other wrapping material. So, for this type of packaging, we usually advocate two layering system, double wrapping. So, if you use SMS paper 100 by 100, each SMS paper cost is approximately 20 rupees. In our rate contract setup, I do not know about yours, but for us it is 19 rupees 63 paisa like this. So it is approximately 20 rupees. For each cycle, if you are doing the double wrapping, that means you are spending 40 rupees. Yes or no? For 5,000 cycle, how much you are spending?
2 lakhs.
2 lakhs. So 2 lakhs is double of 1 lakh container. Okay? But from the beginning it appears, oh my God, it is 1 lakh. But if you consider over a period of 3 years, 4 years, the cost is half of than that. Okay? But after 5,000 cycle also you can use. Okay? So, in that way, these containers, they generate revenue for your Cssd or for your hospital. In addition, there is no wastage of all these. You don't have to dispose all those packaging materials. It is almost green bacterial barrier. Your instruments are protected. Okay? So, it is wise to invest in the containers rather than this packaging. So, instrument checklist. So, in every instrument set, there will be a checklist. Okay? Usually what we do, we put inside the package. Okay? But ideally it should not be put inside the package. Okay? Because this ink, what you use for the writing purpose or what is there in the checklist, they may react with any sterilant and produce some chemicals. It may come in contact with your instrument. So, you can use like this. The container, you can keep your instrument checklist like this, or if you are doing the double wrapping over one wrap, you can put like this, or you can simply put like this. So that so-called your instruments will be protected from these inks. Labeling the package. I told that ink should be written on the adhesive, sterilization, okay, or on the plastic side. But all inks should not be used for writing purpose because you do not know. And also, all type of inks, they do not tolerate the high temperature. They recommend usually that industrial Sharpie, basically it's a permanent marker, which tolerate the temperature of approximately 260 degrees centigrade. So those can be used, but I do not know where it is available. Okay. Now, how to maintain the integrity of the sterile barrier system? It depends on your package assembly, how you have packaged your set. It depends on you. Okay, single layer or double packaging system you have followed, which material, packaging material. So it depends on you. Plus package handling, mode of transportation, storage site, temperature, relative humidity at the site of storage. So lot of factors, they usually influence the duration of this package or shelf life of the sterilized package. And monitoring of the sterilization cycle. How you have monitor your sterilization cycle, it again depends. Okay, so ideally both physical, chemical and biological monitoring should be done for every cycle. 3 type of monitoring should be done. So unloading, when the temperature is usually less at room temperature, it should be unload from the tray. Weight of the instrument set, it should not be more than 11 kg because we have to take care of Cssd staff here also. If your instrument sets are heavy, they will come to you, they will say, excuse, I have lot of back pain, so I cannot do this, that. Okay? So, your instrument set should not be more than 13 kg. Okay? If it is more than 13 kg, 11 kg, okay? So, you split it into multiple sets. Okay? Otherwise, inside the OT also will not be able to lift it. Okay? Yes. Lot of people they say same. Product testing. Suppose you are already adopted with one type of packaging system. You want to shift to the another packaging system. For example, you are using SMS paper, crepe paper. Now you want to shift to the containers. Okay? So before purchasing the container or before applying it to your day-to-day practice, do all these things. Biological indicator, chemical indicator and moisture content. Put everything inside the container, check it. If you find everything is perfect, then implement it. Okay? Without doing all this, you should not implement it. Otherwise, BI may fail, chemical indicator inside may fail, there will be water or moisture inside. So there will be lot of problem for the Cssd staff, not for the OT nursing officer. So before implementing it, you must do all these things, then you implement it. So you test, then you implement it. So to conclude, bacterial barrier system is much more than a simple box or gift box preparation. Okay? A person can prepare the gift box very nicely. It is much more better than you people. Okay, but it is nothing like this. And it helps to maintain the sterile device integrity from sterilization to the point of use. So you have to think of it that I am preparing a package which will secure my instrument inside from Cssd to the OT. Okay? And written validated guideline for each type of barrier system you should read it. And every staff member, they should have enough competent to manage the packing system. So it is the responsibility of not only for the Cssd person, because few things you people are also doing the packaging in the OT. Okay? So if you are doing, whoever is there doing the packaging, they should have adequate knowledge, skill in packaging. This packaging, it is not the easy one, you must learn it. Nobody is perfect in this world. We all are learning. Even those who will tell, they are also learning. Okay? So your mind should be open. If I do not know, accept it, I will learn. There is no problem. Okay? So learn and do the things. Okay? You must acquire your knowledge from here. Try to implement there. Okay? Otherwise, this workshop is useless. Okay? And without knowing, don't do the things, because you are not doing any experiment on the guinea pigs or other people. Okay? You are doing things for the patients. Okay? If there will be one infection, deep infection, for example, that knee replacement or anything. Okay? If there is one infection, deep infection in the prosthesis, just imagine the fate of that person. Okay? So your goal should to eliminate even 1%. We should try. Although there are a lot of factors that affect the overall SSI, deep or superficial, but at every point our aim should be there to reduce that infection. Okay? So this is all about the bacterial barriers. Any query, anything, please tell me.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your knowledge and insights with us. I now request Mr. Chris Bird to felicitate Dr. Ashok Kumar Jena, sir. I request Mr. Chris Bird and Jorgen Sebastian, sir, to felicitate Dr. Ashok Kumar Jena, sir. Our next session is on GKE Mesa development by Mr. Chris Bird, who is working as a channel manager, sterilization, disinfection and control at Mesa Lab. We look forward to your valuable insights, sir.
Excuse me, madam, I have a question for Dr. Ashok.
लाइव जो होना डायरेक्ट यूट्यूब पे पोस्ट
क्वेश्चन
ऑन
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, what I would like to say is it's an absolute pleasure to be here today. We've had a tremendous week so far, so this is the 4th seminar that we have done. And I just wanted to thank everybody that's in the room for willing to want to listen to us, and hopefully you'll get something from this seminar over the next few hours. So what I wanted to do first of all is do an introduction to who we are. So we are Mesa Labs. So Mesa Labs is a NASDAQ listed company, more than 700 employees over several bases that we have, various different destinations and countries. Our main headquarters is in Denver, Colorado, in the USA.
Hello.
And we also have other facilities around the world. Also, we have a manufacturing facility which is in the northwest of the US, which is in a place called Montana. So if anybody's actually seen Yellowstone Park TV series, that's exactly where we are based. So just to give you some general history about Mesa Labs. So there's some of the names here that you'll probably be familiar with, or if you're not familiar with, are these particular brands. So 2017, Mesa Labs purchased a company called Simicon. It was an acquisition where Mesa Labs literally just allowed Simicon to continue in its current form. they allowed the business to distribute in its usual manner and existed alongside the Mesa product range. Then in 2023, another acquisition by Mesa Labs was that of GKE GmbH, based in Waldens in Germany. And the final part of the transition and integration was in 2024. Mesa Germany became the name of the business. Now what that basically means was that we were merging all the companies into that was Simicon and GKE into this new subsidiary called Mesa Germany. So again, just to look at some of the Mesa Labs brands. So we manufacture and sell these brands. So GKE is what we call SDC Healthcare, which SDC, as you can see on the bottom of the screen, is sterilization, disinfection and cleaning. We also have Gyrus Protein Technologies. They are a biopharmaceutical development. Agena, which is clinical genomics. And then we have Mesa Labs, which is SDC Life Sciences and Calibration Solutions. There are some also in that product range, healthcare solutions, but primarily it's life sciences. And I assume everybody in the audience will know what we mean by life sciences. So that's the pharmaceutical side. We've also got industrial applications and food and beverage. So, Mesa Germany. We are based in Waldens, which is near Frankfurt. We also have our other facility in Munich, and we're manufacturing of GKE and the GKE branded products, I should say. So what that means is Simicon GKE. Joachim will touch on this a little bit more in detail, but I'll just literally cover it just quickly. And that is services and products provided by Mesa Germany of Waldens is design of cleaning, disinfection and sterilization processes. And we've put underneath there processes, design of reprocessing processes. Validation of reprocessing processes and routine monitoring of reprocessing processes. So, you'll probably just look at the screen now. That's a very similar content, but with a different picture. So I'm actually going to hand it over now to Joachim. And just quickly, I just wanted to explain briefly, and I should have probably done this at the start, my responsibility. So my responsibility as a sales channel manager is primarily in the healthcare market for GKE products. But I also have Mesa products to maintain and support. I look after over 40 countries, and as we said, this is our first trip to India. And again, just before I finish, that my sole responsibility is to be that bridging gap between the supplier of the product in specific countries and the manufacturer. So I deal with all the complexities of pricing, distribution channels and events like this. So before I hand it over to Joachim, just to thank you so much for allowing us to be here, and I know you're going to get something out of this next few hours, so thank you so much, and please say hello if you see us having a cup of coffee or just having a little outbreak, but thank you so much. Thank you.
So, good morning everybody. Thank you, Chris. My name is Joachim Metzing. I'm in product management at Mesa Germany, so we are colleagues. Chris is based in the United Kingdom, in the UK, and I'm actually living very near to these facilities that we have near in Frankfurt am Main. You probably know Frankfurt when you ever come to Germany, because this is going to be the airport where you arrive. This is by far the biggest airport we have. I try to stay away as far as I can from all the loudspeakers, and I hope we keep it running. So what Chris said about these 3 activities that we provide, design of processes, validation of processes, and monitoring of processes. Please allow me to give you a tiny little bit of more information about it, so you know what we are really doing. The design of a process, the first bullet point that you hear, this can apply to a cleaning process, or to a disinfection process, or to a sterilization process. What does that mean, designing a process? Well, let me give you a simple example to make this clear. If you have a very good machine, a very good equipment, take for example a washer disinfector that you have bought, which is good for surgical instruments, then you have a beautiful machine. And I assume that your machine is working very well and it's in a good technical state. And now you put something into the machine and you want to clean it, and now you put a flexible endoscope in a machine for surgical instruments. Does this work? No, it doesn't. And both products are completely fine. You have a wonderful machine and a wonderful endoscope, but when you put the 2 together, it does not match. And making things match, making sure that things fit together and will do together a good combination and a good process, this is process design. We just had heard in a wonderful presentation before about sterile barrier system, a very good example about this as well. When you have a pouch of paper plastic and you fill it with very heavy instruments, hey, a pouch is a good product, and heavy instruments are also a good product, but the combination of the 2 is a bad idea. And this is process design, to make things fit together. And this is what we do, and we do it mainly with industrial customers, because do not forget, industrial providers of, for example, single-use instruments, single-use sterile, single-use items, they have, when they produce these items, they have to sterilize them. And quite often, these are very special things, and we have to develop completely new approaches how to sterilize these products. Now, after having designed a process, after having found out, well, I'm now happy with all the components of my process. I'm happy with my machine, I'm happy with my cart, I'm happy with my detergent, I'm happy with my load configuration. I believe now to have a really good process. Then you can call us and say, dear Joachim, could you come by, could you drop by and have a look on my process and look if I'm doing a good job, if the result of my process is the good one, if I obtain the desired result. And when I say yes, then this is the proposal to do a validation. Validation means go there, analyze all the elements of the process, and then evaluate if this is a suitable way to obtain the desired result. This is validation. And now when validation is done, and the one who has done the validation, who has evaluated your way to do things, when this person goes out, and it's a good one, then he should, when he goes through the door, he should turn around and tell you, do not dare to change anything tomorrow. Because today your process is a very good one, and tomorrow it will also be a good one, but only if you monitor that it remains the same. And this is what test devices are for, and this is what all the indicator technology is good for. When you have a good process that you want to maintain, a process that you want to be sure that you apply it every day, then monitor it properly. And this is the monitoring, and this is why we do have test devices which ensure the monitoring in everyday routine with every cycle. So this is a little bit of additional information to these bullet points, as Chris promised that I would give them, and it's a little bit of an introduction about what we do. And it makes also clear why we have quite something to tell about these processes, because we're concentrating on them for so many years. Now, we had a hard time when we prepared our presentation today, or when we tried to make up our mind about what to present today. And in the end, in our discussion, we decided that we would go for two topics today. And the first topic that we thought would be interesting for you, and now I'm going to start this presentation slide. I want to make you familiar with a little bit of background information, which you do not hear every day, but which is really a good thing for a workshop like this. A little bit about biological indicators. It's not about products, but it's about the background of it and how they are produced. And when you know how they are produced, you probably will know it will be easier for you to understand how to apply them correctly. So let's go in that. I just have to start the file. I open the file. So here we go. Brilliant. Now, let's start with what we call kill kinetics. The first step, as always, you're familiar with that when you went to school. The first thing that you do, let's have a nice definition. And our definition is, or the question what we want to define, what is it? Sterility. You have an idea? I guess so. Everybody has an idea about sterility. And now I want to make you familiar with the two most often heard answers to that. There is one answer that you have in everyday language, which says germ-free. It's okay. Or you can approach it from the scientific side when you say there are no fertile germs like microorganisms or viruses. This is rather the scientific approach. For our purpose, the everyday language is completely okay. Yes, it's true, you can sterilize by damaging germs in a way that they are not fertile anymore but keep on living, but this is academic. This is very interesting for the ones who do microbiology as a profession, but for everyday use, when you are end user in the Cssd, go for the first. It's completely okay to say germ-free. Our goal is to have a quantity of germs which is 0. I don't want to have any living germs. This is sterility. It's completely okay to say it like this. Keep it in mind that it's not really scientific, but it does the job, and it's okay. So this is what we want. We want to have a number of germs which is 0. And now we run into a problem. because we can reduce the number of germs without limit, but we never reach zero. How is that possible? You reduce it, but you doesn't reach zero. And this is quite typical in nature. You find this very often in nature. And I'll give you an example how it works. Just imagine you had something which you divide in two halves. You have a cake and you divide it in two halves. Then you have half a cake. And now you take this half and divide it again, and now you have a quarter. And if you do it again, you have an eighth. And then a 16th. So you always cut it in two halves. And you continue without limit. Do you ever reach zero, that the cake is gone? Well, in fact, the pieces will become so thin that you cannot really divide them anymore. But mathematically, when you calculate this, you never reach zero. Because when you have a quantity which is bigger than zero, half of it is also bigger than zero. So you can reduce it extremely to an extremely low level, but you never will reach the bottom. And this is typical in nature that this happens. And this is pretty much the same that happens when you try to kill germs. It's very interesting. Now let's have a look on that. When we have a certain number of germs, let's think that we want to count them. Then we say, then we name the unit of it CFU. And CFU means colony forming unit. So 1 CFU is 1 germ. Why is it called colony forming unit? Well, the reason is that you cannot see a germ. It's too small. But when you put it in a suitable environment, a surrounding that the germ, which is comfortable for the germ, which is in fact what we call incubation, then the germ will divide, it will replicate, and the number of germs will grow. And after some time you do not have a single germ, but a whole bunch full of germs, and this is what we call a colony, and then you can see it. And here you see an example. All those colonies, those red dots in this example, are little colonies of germs, so several hundreds or thousands of germs that you can see with your eyes. But it all has started a few days ago with 1 germ, and then it was still invisible. So this plate was filled with germs, invisible, and you incubated, and they created colonies, and you can count these dots, and then you know how many germs you've had. So 1 CFU is a colony forming unit, the initial organism which is responsible to create this colony. So we have CFUs, colony forming units, and let's think we have 100,000 of them. You do have 100,000 germs. The time is still 0 because we have not yet started, and now we have found a method how to kill them. I don't care which one. If it's steam or ETO or hydrogen peroxide, any method that is suitable to kill these germs. Let's apply it. Let's switch on your sterilizer. And then let's interrupt it after some time. Let's make an example. We interrupt it after 2 minutes, and then we have killed many of them, but not all. There are some who have survived. And let's think that 10,000 have survived. Okay, now you have killed 90,000 germs in 2 minutes. Good job. And everybody who is a little bit a reasonable person would say, if I can kill 90,000 in 2 minutes, the last 10,000 shouldn't be a problem, right? They are a problem. Because if you continue another 2 minutes, they are not gone, but then you still have 1,000. And this is to be continued. Whenever you add another 2 minutes in this example, it can be 1 minute or 3 minutes or 90 seconds. All these values are available, but here in this example, let's stay with these 2 minutes. Every time that you continue for a further 2 minutes period of time, the number of germs will go down. And you see here, 1 0 is going away every 2 minutes. And if you write this differently, like this, 100,000, 10 to the power of 5, every 2 minutes you get down 1 step. The exponent goes down by 1 every 2 minutes. When I told you about the example with the cake that you divide in halves, this was a division by 2, right? Here it is not a division by 2. What is the division when you go from 100,000 to 10,000 to 1,000? This is a division by 10. And so we have a time which we have determined, which will reduce the population of germs by 90%. In this example, it's 2 minutes, and we call this d-value. This is the famous d-value, the time which is necessary to reduce the number of germs by 90%, which means it will go down from 10 to the power of 6 to 10 to the power of 5. This takes just the same time as the time necessary to go from 10 to the power of 3 to 10 to the power of 2. Strange, isn't it? But this is the process in nature. Okay, now we have reached the level of 1 germ which is still alive. Now, this is not so precisely when you buy an indicator with 10 to the power of 6, this is not exactly 1 million germs. It might be 1.2 million, or it might be 900,000. So it's approximately. And it is the same with this 1 germ. Well, maybe there are still 5 germs, or maybe it's already dead. But mathematically, we have reached the level 1 germ. So it's not sterile so far, because there is still 1 alive. We want sterility. We want to kill it. So let's continue another 2 minutes, and we will divide this germ by 10. There we go. And now you have 0.1 germs, 1/10. And I ask you, 1/10 of a germ, is it alive? Or is it dead? What is that? 1/10 of a germ. Strange, isn't it? I make it more complicated for you, because I continue another 2 minutes, and now you have 1/100th of a germ. 1 germ that you cut in 100 slices. This is stupid, of course. But what does that mean? Is it alive or dead? And this is what I want to explain you today, because I know that this is really, everybody uses these figures, but nobody really is so sure about what that means. And here's the information for you, which makes it a little bit easier. As long as you are with normal figures, from the beginning down to 1, this is a quantity. You can count to 100. But here, nobody can count. When you're lower than 1, then you do not have a quantity, but then we have a probability. So we get from the real population of germs to a lower level where we are talking about the probability of germs. And what does it mean when we say we have a probability of 1/10 or 1/100th? I'll show you. Imagine you had a Cssd and you have containers and you have sterilized 100 containers and you have made a very bad job and every container is contaminated. Then it looks like this. Every container contains one germ. This blue dot in every container is one germ. Everything is contaminated. And now somebody comes and picks one container. How big is the probability that this person will find a contaminated one? Well, the probability is 1 out of 1. One try, one hit. This is the probability that you will find one. Okay, now we want to do it better. So let's continue another d value. In our example, the d value is 2 minutes. So we continue to sterilize these containers another 2 minutes, and we divide the amount, the quantity of germs by 10. And then it looks like this. And now you do have 90 containers sterile and only 10 are non-sterile. How big is the probability that you will find a contaminated container in this stock? Well, 1 out of 10. This is a 10th. Every 10th container is contaminated. And if you continue another 2 minutes, then it's 1 out of 100. There is one contaminated container left, and 99 are sterile, and the probability that you find the one contaminated is 1 to 100. And now you find these figures with 1 divided by 10, 1 divided by 100. This is the probability that you find the contaminated goods. So how long is this to be continued? Because you can improve it without limit, but there is always a few products which are non-sterile. Well, there is a standard which says it. And just imagine we would have done this slide with many more containers, and it would have this shape. And just imagine these were 1 million containers. Don't know how many these are, but just imagine these were 1 million. Then one contaminated out of 1 million would still be accepted, but not more. And if you reach this probability of 1 to the power of 10 to the power of -6, which means 1 out of 1 million, this is tolerated maximum, but not more. This is described in a standard. You see there the standard. And you see 1 grows in 1 million packages. Now, in reality, it's sterile. Mathematically, we have a probability of 1 out of 1 million, very low, and therefore acceptable. And it is divided. We define it in this standard. 0 growth can never be achieved, because you always divide by 10. So this is called SAL, sterility assurance level, and an SAL of 10 to the power of -6 or even better is to be reached in order to have sterility. So in this table you have to go down to this level, bottom line, 10 to the power of -6, 1 divided by 1 million. And then you can see how much time would be necessary in this example to sterilize. In this example it would be 22 minutes. Every line is once the d value, so you just have to count how often you have to apply the d value until you reach this. This is a typical test that we do in laboratory. We take 1 million or 100,000 germs in the beginning, and then we interrupt, and then we count, then we know the d-value, and then we know how long the cycle must be. You will not start with 100,000 germs, but you will do, please make a disinfection prior to sterilization. So your starting value is not here, but rather here. You will have maybe 50 or 10 germs left, so you start not here, but here, and then you will not end up here, but much deeper. So it's even more security when you do a proper disinfection prior to sterilization. And here you see why. Okay, now we have heard about the d-value. In this example, it's 2 minutes. And now let's have a look on a few other acronyms that we use with biological indicators. The survival time. You find the survival time on every certificate of analysis when you buy a biological indicator. What is the survival time? Ask anybody in any Cssd, you will find many people who have no idea. You now will have an idea because here you see the answer. The time which is necessary to reach the level of 10 to the power of 10 to the power of 2, sorry. So in this example, the survival time is 6 minutes. This line is the survival time. Why? Because we know from experience when you are mathematically down to the level of 100, but not lower, but above this level of 100, according to experience, you will always find growth. The indicator will always grow when you sterilize it with the survival time. Then you have the kill time, which is connected to the survival time. How long do we have to sterilize until we have the experience that there is almost always no growth? Well, we know if you go down to the level of 10 to the power of -4, 1 out of 10,000, if we reach this level, then underneath there is no growth. So you can say between this 100, 10 to the power of 2, and this 10 to the power of -4, this is a window where sometimes you have a growth, sometimes you have a non-growth. Above that, this is always growing. Underneath, this is always no growth. So what else do we have? We have, oh, sorry, here is an explanation what we use it for. In pharmaceutical industry, they do quite often quality control in the microbiological industry when they buy biological indicators. But when a customer does not have an own laboratory, they use the survival time and the kill time to do a test without very precise things, but still you can get an information if the biologica has decent quality. And it's simply the way that you carry out something with survival time and you want to have a result that all of them grow. And you do a process with a kill time and then you will have the result that nothing grows. And if this is the case, then this is a good indication that the product is rather okay. So this is applied for customers without laboratory who want to do a quality testing. Next thing, FBO value. The FBO or FBio value is the time necessary to reach the level of 1 germ, which is, if you write it like this, 10 to the power of 0. So here it is 10 minutes. What is the FBO value good for? The FBO value indicates the resistance of your biological indicator. This is also indicated on every product you buy. Let me give you 2 examples. Imagine you bought an indicator with 10 to the power of 6, 1 million germs, and a d-value of 2 minutes. What is the FBO? Well, very easy. You start at 10 to the power of 6, and then every 2 minutes, because we have a d-value of 2 minutes, we go down 1 step. So we need to make it 6 times before we reach the level of 1. So the FBO will be 12 minutes. This is called the total resistance. And now let's buy another indicator. Now let's buy an indicator with less germs on it, 10 to the power of 5. So you start 1 level below with only 100,000 germs. But now you have a d-value of 2.5 minutes. And now just count how often you have to go this step before you reach 1, and you come to 12.5 minutes. Hey guys, this is very important. The indicator on the right-hand side has a higher resistance, but it is much cheaper than the one on the left-hand side because it only contains 10 to the power of 5. This is more expensive. It has 1 million germs. This is cheaper. It has 100,000 germs. And it is better. It has a higher resistance. Please make sure that you do not only look up the population, but always take into consideration the d-value as well. And the producer does it automatically for you by declaring the FBO value in the certificate. The FBO value will give you the time necessary to reach this, and this is called total resistant. This is what makes biological indicators comparable. What else do we have? The Z value. The Z value is the change of temperature that you have to make in order to reach a 10-fold change of d-value. And easy, you see it on the right corner up there. In steam, we are allowed to say the Z value is 10 degrees centigrade. So let's say it simple. If we have this cycle in steam, 121 15 minutes, and we do the same cycle 10 degrees higher, we get the same result in a tenth of the time. These two cycles are identical. 10 degrees higher, 10 times faster. This is Z value. Okay, now you see, your real programs with 134 degrees, even higher than this, these programs have 5 minutes or even 8 minutes. So your Z value allows you to apply, to calculate how good your programs are. And I can tell the everyday programs that we apply are much more powerful than necessary. And this is a good news because this is safety. Last definition, the F0 value. The F0 value is the kill performance depending on temperature and time. But attention, this is much bigger than only the holding time. When you say, oh, I have a program with 134 degrees, 5 minutes, well, this is part of the F0 value, but you have to add everything else, every impact of temperature, so it includes the steam injections during the fractionated vacuum, the heating up, the cooling down phase. So the F0 value is much bigger than the holding time of your program alone. This F0 value is an information about the work, the sterilization work that is done in your program. Let's put this together to finalize this short chapter. The d-value is the time necessary to reduce it by 90%. So we are going 1 log down, 10 to the power of 5, down to 10 to the power of 4, the time necessary for that. Survival time and kill time is the transition between everything grows and then we go down until everything is dead. In between, sometimes yes, sometimes no, but these are the two levels. The F-bio value gives you an information about the D value and the population. It's multiplying D value and population. And this is the total resistance. We have the Z value, which says when you make it with more temperature, the D value, the time necessary to sterilize, goes down. And the last thing, we just talked about it, the F0 value makes it possible to compare processes. Okay, now we have all the tools we need to understand things, and maybe some abbreviations now are better comprehensible for you. Now let's go to the biological indicators, and I want to show you how they are produced. Here we go. Biological indicators contain organisms. And then we put them in a sterilization process, and then we try to kill them. And we do not take just any organism, but we want to have an organism which is of higher resistance than the germs we fight against. So it has to have higher resistance than pathogenic germs. This is the homework for a good biological indicator. This is why we often use spores, because the spores have a higher resistance than most pathogenic germs. In other words, when you can do it with spores, when you kill them, it is very likely that you can kill the real germs, the pathogenic germs which create illness, even easier. This is what indicators are good for. How can we produce spores? We do it, well, the name indicates it, by sporulation of vegetative bacteria. What is this? So everything starts with vegetative bacteria. This is bacteria, these are organisms that you see there will divide, they will replicate by dividing. One germ will become two germs by a copy-paste process. And this is to be continued, and this will happen every 10 or 20 minutes. And therefore the number of germs will go up, and this is what we call growth. When we say growth, we do not mean that it becomes bigger, but we mean that the number of germs is growing, and this is what happens due to this replication of these bacteria. In order to do that, they have to have nice conditions. They have to have nice temperature, and they have to have food. They have metabolism. And these ones are easy to kill. They're easy to kill. Now, if you take away the food, if you take away the good temperature for them, they will probably die, and then, well, you have killed them. But some of them do not die, but they have the ability to turn into another status where they can survive and wait for better times to come, and then they become spores. So some of these vegetative bacteria are able to sporulate, and we take these ones. Okay, first thing is we have to have many of the vegetative bacteria. It looks like this. We do it in a fermenter. In this vessel that you see here, there is growth medium, so there is food, there is a nice temperature, and then we have the bacteria inside this vessel. And since the conditions are very nice for them, their number will go up. So the population will grow. We will have enormously strong growth of vegetative bacteria in this vessel. Now, the next step will be when we have a quantity that we can work with, we have to provoke that they become spores, because we want to have spores for your biological indicators. Now we need to provoke sporulation, and this is by worsening the conditions. We take away the food. We change the nice temperature and apply a temperature which they don't like. And then some, if they were normal vegetative bacteria, they would simply die, but we use the ones which can sporulate. And this is a transition from vegetative bacteria to a status where they go to sleep, if you want to. This is sporulation. Next step is, here it's once again. You see the sporulation, when conditions become worse, results in spores which are now very resistant. This is interesting. These ones are easy to kill. These ones are very resistant. They can survive for thousands of years. They have no biological activity, and this is why they do not need food. You can keep them nearly without limit. They have a very long life, and they can wake up when things become better for them again, but as long as things are not so nice, they will simply wait. You can compare it with seed of a plant. When you have plants and you have seed grains of plants, they do not germinate. But if you do them in the ground and put a little water on it, then a plant will grow. But before you do that, simply the grains will remain for years and wait that you put them in the ground. And these ones simply wait. These are the spores. They are alive, but they are, doing nothing. They do not consume any food. They have no metabolism. Now we use these spores to produce your biological indicators. So we use these spores and put them into the product, in the ampoules or on the spore discs. So here are spores on these discs. These discs are also on the bottom of the SCBIs, of the self-contained biological indicators. We have the standard spore strips here, or we put them in ethanol, for example, that you have spore suspension. All these products contain these spores. Now the next thing is that you put them in a sterilizer and try to kill them. These products, you buy them. And after having applied the sterilization, we want to know if any of them has survived. And now we do incubation. This is how you check if a spore has survived. Okay. This is an incubator, and this incubator re-establishes the conditions for a good life for these organisms. So we re-establish a nice temperature, and we provide food, because the liquid in these indicators is food for the organisms. And now, when they have survived and they find these nice conditions, they will wake up again, and they will become vegetative bacteria. So if all spores are dead, nothing happens. But if one spore has survived, it will wake up and it will be a vegetative bacteria again. And this is called germination. So you see, we provoke the sporulation and we make the biological indicators with these ones. And after having sterilized them, you provoke the germination, which is in fact the incubation, what you do in the incubator, and see if some of them wake up again. If nobody wakes up, it's because you have killed them. If some of them wake up, you'll get an incubation result which says growth. How do we detect if anybody has survived? Well, we use the fact that the vegetative bacteria needs food, and it has metabolism, so they do not only eat, but they also go to toilet, and this is the reason why they emit acid. And acid means that the pH value changes, and this provokes the color change. This is no rocket technology, this is very easy, and this is the color change that you see here in your incubator. It's a pH change. Okay, this leads us to a question. Before you see any growth result like this, the organism has to go through germination, so it has to become bacteria again. Then it has to replicate, so you have a growth of population and you get a number of germs which play a role. One germ is not detectable, you need a few of them. And then you have to wait that they do enough metabolism to provoke the pH value change. And the question is, well, how long does this take to go from here to here? This is an interesting question, because you're very familiar with the discussion, how long do I have to incubate? And this would answer your question, and therefore it's interesting to do research about it. And you know, this research has been done, it's long ago, 2010, there has been a publication, and this publication was made by Gillis, and they wanted to know how long does it take before you get a growth result, which is in fact your incubation result. You see the title? It says Understanding Biological Indicator Grow Out Times. And what they did tests with 100 biological indicators each, and simply analyzed the time which it took before they grew. And this is the central table in this publication. Every line indicates one test that they carried out with 100 indicators. And now let's have a look in the first line. Oops. The first line is a test with 100 biological indicators which are not sterilized at all, and which still contain 100,000, here it says 10 to the power of 5, 100,000 germs, 100,000 spores. How long does it take before you get an incubation result with a non-sterilized BI? 100,000 germs. And you do it with 100 tests. Well, the first one grew after 2 hours and 16 minutes. Half of them were detectable after 3 hours and 50, and the last one grew after 4.5 hours. Hey, it takes 4.5 hours before the last one out of 100 biological indicators, which are not sterilized at all, will show growth. Now in real life, you do not incubate non-sterilized BI, but you sterilize them. So you will have probably killed quite many of them. So it's much more realistic when you have still 300 on it. So you will have killed very many, because you have started with 100,000, but 300 have survived. This is a realistic thing. How long does it take to incubate? The first will show growth after 3 hours, and the last after 7 hours. And then they made a test with only one spore. In the laboratory they were able to create a test with one spore only, and they did 100 indicators with that. And it took more than 5 hours before this spore grew out, the first one, and it took 18 hours and 40 minutes before all of them were grown. Hey, this is quite long, right? And therefore it is clear that nobody wants to wait this long, and that industry tries to make it quicker. But the grow out time cannot be accelerated, because when a germ divides and is replicating, this is copy-paste of DNA polymerase, this is copy-paste of the genetic information, and this is not possible to accelerate. And this is why we have to say, if you want to have an incubation result, sorry for the information that you have to wait many hours. You cannot get it earlier. And just to give you this information, spores can be alive, they can be dead, and they can be in between. You can damage spores, and spores can repair themselves, and this can last several days, and then they start to grow. And this is why in pharmaceutical industry, look at that, they have to incubate 7 days to get all these, they call it late outgrowers. So you see, incubation time is really long. Knowing that makes clear every test result that you get earlier is no incubation. Every one of you who uses a product, a good product by the way, where you think, oh, I have a fast incubation, then there are two possibilities. You misunderstood it, or the sales guy lied to you, because this is no incubation. A quick result is no incubation, because incubation can only be obtained after many hours. Still, this quick result is not a bad one. How does it work? This is called reading, and it is a way to predict the incubation result quicker. And reading means that you analyze the presence of enzymes on the surface of the spores. The spores carry enzymes, and they simply check if these enzymes are still active, yes or no. If the enzymes are still active, the spore is most likely alive. If they are not active, the spore is most likely dead. So this is a nice prediction, and you can estimate the most likely result of incubation, and this is reading, but this is no incubation. Okay? You can use that, but you have to know that, and you have to take this into consideration. Here is a quote from a technical data sheet from the manufacturer of a reader. It says, the medium, which is the liquid, will produce a fluorescent response detected by the automatic reader if enzyme is present, and this is something that you get very quickly, and it will show a color change if continued incubation leads to growth, and this takes 24 hours. So the quick result is reading, and the long result is incubation. But it's not a quick incubation. It's an analysis about the enzymes. Once again, it's a good technology, but it's not a quick incubation. The rapid or quick readout is a good prediction. And here you see it in the descriptions of the different manufacturers. You see it here very nicely. It says 1 hour's rapid reader. And then in the text, fast biological indicator can be cultivated 24 hours to confirm the result. So the reading is not the incubation. Or this one, it says auto reader for incubation and readout. So 2 different things. And this one, I like this one. It says steam 20 minutes. And then it says here, validation. Keep it 48 hours in incubation in order to validate it. The quick result is no incubation. And once again, it's a good thing, but it is not a biological test result. This technology is okay, but it has one disadvantage. The enzymes are destroyed at very high temperatures only, and therefore it works very nicely with 134 degrees centigrade. But it is not available so far for 121. I want to underline that because we see very often that quick incubation, and this is the wrong term, that quick results, quick reading, in order to predict incubation, is being used in 121 even if the product is declared to be suitable only for 134. Take this into consideration, please, as well. Okay, this is the readout based on enzymes. If you want to have a biological result, you can use them as well, but then you have to keep it in the incubator for 24 hours. The other technology is the one that we use. It's an alternative. We predict the incubation result by means of a chemical indicator. We call it instant SEVI. And this is also a possibility to do prediction. And we refer to the quote from the standard for chemical indicators. This is from the standard. And when you read it, the SV, the stated value of type 5 indicators, are generated to be equivalent or to exceed the performance of BIs. So a type 5 indicator by definition is more demanding than a biological indicator. And this makes it possible to use the CI for the prediction of the result of the BI. Here you see some typical values. There are different variations, but this is typical. When you have 134 degrees centigrade and you have the biological indicator and you will use a standard D value, well, this will be for the first 20 seconds alive. After 1 minute it must be dead. In between it will be killed. And so you see after 1 minute latest it's dead. And the type 5 indicator, it has to survive, which means it has to keep the original color for 2.5 minutes. And after 3 minutes it must have changed color. And you see when this starts its color change, this one is long dead. And this makes it easy to predict the result of a BI with a CI. And this is what we do by placing a CI inside of the vial. Down here are the spores. And then we use the fact that the CI is more demanding than the BI. We use it to predict. And the time to create the color change is much longer than the time necessary to kill the spores. Now we have very many users of this product who say, well, since the CI is so much better than the BI, and I put it out, I see it's deep black CI, and I put it in the bin, I do not do the incubation. Why do I need the biological indicator when the CI is enough? Then we say, yes. This is just what we asked in Europe many years ago, and today in Europe no BIs are used in routine anymore. We only work with CIs in Europe. And if your national legislation or your guidelines, or if you simply want to have a biological indicator, then this is a very good product. You get the CI result and you can release the batch. And then you do the incubation, and 24 hours later you can add the incubation result and you can approve that the spores are really dead. So it's also a good technology, just like the quick one. It has the advantage that you do not need a reading device. The reading device, on the other hand, has the advantage that it creates data which can be transferred automatically in the IT system. The result is obtained immediately, so it does not take 15 minutes or 20 minutes, but you simply take it out and look at it. And this is basically the best advantage here. It is of course also available for 121. It's not only applicable for 134. So for you, these two options are existent for you to decide which one suits better your purpose. And there is nothing to say against the two different approaches. The quick readout is a good technology as well. We do not produce it, we're not convinced of that, but it is a good one. And what we dislike is the fact that some salespeople of this quick technology will tell you it is a quick incubation. And this is simply wrong. And this is not really the nice way to do it. Okay, this was my description how we produce, or not we, how biological indicators are produced by everyone who does it, because it's the only way. Sporulating vegetative bacteria, use it for BIs, and then when they are, after having used them, waking them up again by incubation in order to see if one of them has survived. And about these two ways of prediction of the result. So this is the part of biological indicators. Are there any questions from your side? Don't be shy. I think all people here in the room are very nice, including me. And if there is anything that we can discuss about, feel free to give a big, short signal. No. Oh, there. Yes, I come closer to hear you. Oh, I give you the microphone.
Thank you. The instant SCBI for 121, the gravity displacement time, versus the 134 for the pre-vacuum time. Do you have separate catalog numbers of this for both, or those are same?
Thank you for the question. That's a very good one. The two indicators, instant indicators for 121 and 134 are two different products with two different reference numbers. And this is necessary because when you have spores in 134 degrees centigrade, they are killed within seconds. And when you have spores in 121 program, it takes quite a while to kill the spores. And this is why the color change, the dynamics of the CI has to be adapted to these two different cycles. And yes, these are two different ones. This is necessary. And probably these manufacturers of the quick readout or fast readout technology, they are working on it. They have made a patent application for it. They have not the possibility to make it for 121 so far, because the enzymes can be destroyed with high temperature. But this is no problem only for the 134, because the spores are killed within seconds and it takes longer to destroy the enzyme. But in 121, the enzyme is quite stable, but the spores are quite stable as well. And therefore they have to find a way to make this enzyme more stable before they sporulate. And this is made, well, I say it in a simplified way, that the spores are soaked in a certain liquid, which will produce a layer, a protective layer over the enzymes, and then it is more difficult for the heat to destroy the enzyme, and then it will be more demanding than the spores. Probably this is possible. Maybe they will go to the market with this. The patent is already applied for. This is, as I said, also an approach which is possible. Maybe this turns out to be a little bit expensive. This is very, very sophisticated, but it's a fascinating technology, and then it might work. So far, it's not the case. Anything else? Yes?
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful presentation. So we mentioned for this particular product, no reading device necessary. So for this BI, only the change in color is sufficient. You no need to incubate it further.
Yeah, thank you. So if you want to get the result, the CI is completely reliable. And if you had the CI result and you were satisfied with it, you can put the product in the bin without incubation. This is, by the way, also in most cases being done by the users of the quick technology or the rapid technology. They take the quick result and then discard the indicator without doing the incubation. But I tell you the truth, because many of them think, hey, this was the incubation, and this is wrong. This was not the incubation. If you want to have the incubation result, please keep on going. If you're happy with the prediction result, it is completely okay from the technical point of view, but it might not meet requirements of a guideline or whatever is in your country to be applied. So the approval with the result of a real incubation is something which might be required due to legislation. But technically, the first result is completely fine, because it's more demanding. So, thank you very much for that. What's the time? It's 12:30. Can anybody tell me when the lunch break will start? 1:30. So it's okay that we start a little bit with cleaning? Okay, then we'll go into the cleaning issue. Completely different topic, but also very interesting. Let's do that. So, let's start. I want to start with a quote from a German guideline. And this quote is referred to internationally because it's such a simple quote or a simple content, and this is approved worldwide, you can say. I find this quote in all the countries that I come to. And it is probably also written in some of your documents here in India. And it simply says, you can read it, if you do not properly clean, you cannot sterilize. That's all. There is lots of scientific proof about that, but things which are not clean will not become sterile. And this is why cleaning is really extremely important. So here we have a real quote about it, but in fact everybody knows. Now, when we think about reprocessing, we all know that we have 3 steps. We have cleaning, disinfection, and sterilization. But there is one thing that we have to ask. Here you have the cycle, everybody knows that. Mine is not so beautiful, there are much nicer graphics than this one. So you have the instruments, you check them, you pack them, you sterilize them, you store them, you use them in the operation theater, you bring the contaminated things back to Cssd, and then, what's then? Do you start with cleaning or with disinfection when the contaminated goods come into your department? Well, I learned, this is the 4th meeting that we have, I learned that most of the persons that we had in our public so far here in India start with cleaning, but we met a few that start with disinfection and then do the cleaning. And in fact, we find both all over the world. What is the difference when we start with cleaning or when we start with disinfection? Let's see the 2 possibilities here. On the left-hand side, you see what is the advantage when we start with disinfection and then we do the cleaning and then we do the sterilization. Well, the advantage would be that the staff is better protected. Because when you have the contaminated good, which is maybe still bloody and contains some dangerous germs, and you, for example, put it into a liquid disinfection agent, oh, this is higher security for the personnel. But there is a disadvantage. This disinfection procedure will denaturate and polymerize the proteins of the dirt, of the soil, and this makes cleaning much more complicated. So you get a high security for the staff, but a much more complicated cleaning process. When you do it like this, you start with cleaning and then you do the disinfection, and sterilization is always the last step, of course. Then cleaning is much easier because the proteins of the contamination are not denaturated, but the risk for the personnel is higher, so you have to have a well-educated staff that knows how to protect themselves with masks and with gloves and all these protective things that you have to apply. And then you have to know about the risk in order to be sure that the person will use this protective stuff correctly. Now, which one do you like more? Well, we are the technicians. We are interested in the processes. We'd like to have the best process possible, and therefore we like more this, because it makes cleaning easier, and therefore the cleaning result is better. And I understand that every now and then you run into situations where this is preferred, but this is another issue. Now, to give you an overview, in nearly all English-speaking countries, and in Germany included, there's not English-speaking, but nevertheless, we start with cleaning. And in French-speaking countries, they start with disinfection. It's very, very interesting. I don't know what it has to do with the language, but in French-speaking countries, not only in France, but also in Belgium, in Canada, in Quebec, in the French-speaking African countries, they start with disinfection. In the English-speaking African countries, they start with cleaning. So it seems to have something to do with the language. From the technical point of view, we like it more to start with cleaning, and therefore this is our preferred version. First cleaning, then disinfection avoids fixation by polymerization of the contaminants, and there is another thing that you can do in order to make cleaning better. Reduce the delay between use and start of cleaning as much as possible. And you can compare it with your private experience when you clean things in your kitchen after having had dinner and you have contaminated cutlery and your plates and you want to clean them. Well, if you do it immediately, it's very easy. And if you let it dry until tomorrow morning, it's much more complicated. And this is exactly the same what happens when you have a long delay between end of surgery and beginning of cleaning. Do it as quickly as possible. So these are the two things which will make cleaning much more efficient. Quite easy, but you have to be aware of that. So this is what we like: transport, cleaning, disinfection, and then we restart. Which does not mean that the other possibility is bad. No, it's different. But those French users that start with disinfection, I can tell you, they need much stronger detergents and much more aggressive detergents to clean the goods, which would have been easy to clean if they had started with cleaning. Okay. What is clean? Definition. In the last presentation about the kill kinetics, we had a nice definition for sterility. But do we have a definition for cleanliness? Unfortunately, no. This is not a nice situation. We don't have a definition. In fact, clean is clean when the product is clean enough for the purpose. Here is the example. If you have cutlery and you want to have dinner, then you clean your cutlery, and then your fork and knife and spoon is clean enough to have dinner with it. But if anybody said, oh, your forks and knives are quite clean, let's use them for surgical operation, then you would say, no, sorry, it's not clean enough to be used for surgery. Hey, that means your cutlery isn't clean. It's only clean enough for the purpose of having a meal, but it's not clean enough if you would use it for surgery. And your surgical instruments are also not very clean. Sorry for disappointing you, but clean surgical instruments which are clean enough to be used in the operation theater are not clean enough if you wanted to use them in pharmaceutical industry in a clean room. The things that you use in a clean room are much more clean, it's a relative thing, than the things that you will wash for the purpose of a surgical intervention. So, do not be disappointed. You're doing a very good job and it's clean enough, but it's not absolutely clean because there are applications where the cleanliness must have an even higher degree. Or think about these manufacturers of electronic things like iPhones. When you go into a production plant for iPhones, they are doing those electronic components where there must not be one single grain of dust in it. And so the rooms where they do it, they are nearly dust-free. They count the particles per million of dust in the air. This is much cleaner than you will ever do in a Cssd. So the level of cleanliness depends on the purpose of the product. Unfortunately, we do not have a definition for clean. And in other words, there is only one thing that we can do. We can do the best we can. And this is not really satisfying for application technology. But hey, we don't have a definition, so there is no other possibility. We have to do it the best way we can. Okay, cleaning. There was a very famous model for cleaning which had been developed in the 1950s by Herbert Sinner. This is a German who worked back then for Henkel, which is a company which produced and still produces cleaning detergents for textile washing. So the powder that you buy for your washing machine is produced by Henkel, and he worked for this company, and so he was very deep involved in the cleaning process of textile in washing machines. And he said the cleaning process is the composition of 4 elements, and you see these 4 elements there. It's mechanical force, it's time, it's chemicals, and it's temperature. And these 4 together, when they make a good job, he drew this circle, and this is well known as Sinner's circle. Now the model says, please make sure that this circle is complete. If one thing is missing, cleaning is not okay anymore. This is the model. And now let's have a look on that. When one element becomes smaller, the circle can be repaired by increasing or making bigger another element. I'll give you an example. Maybe you have an eco machine at home, an eco washing machine, an eco dishwasher. These are these expensive versions of these machines. And these machines are advertised for by saying, this machine is very ecological, environmental friendly, because it needs less chemicals. You can do a lower dosage and environment is okay, is protected. So they reduce this quarter of the circle, it becomes smaller. Maybe it's like this. Then these machines say they are economically very nice because they save a lot of money concerning consumption of electricity by applying a program at a lower temperature. Most of the electricity is consumed because of the heating system in these machines. So when you clean at a lower temperature, you will save money for the cost of electricity. So they have a reduction of this part. The temperature part is smaller. And when you buy this machine and when you run the standard cycle, you will learn that this lasts more than 5 hours. So they increase the time to compensate that temperature and chemicals are smaller. And then the circle is repaired. This is the model of Sinner. And he worked with this process, and there it makes sense to show the circle in the way that you will find it in Wikipedia and everywhere online, with 4 quarters of the same size. And this makes sense when you have this process. You have the rotation of this machine, which provides the mechanical force. You have a certain duration of the program. You add some chemicals when you insert the powder. And you have a certain temperature when you go for 60 degrees centigrade program. So all 4 elements together will make the cleaning process. And now let's have a look on another cleaning process. Look at this one. If you asked me to make the Zinner circle for this one, I would go for this option. Mechanical force is by far the most important part in this process. And of course the time is also very important because it depends on how long the spray hits the ground, what you can clean or what you cannot clean. What about chemicals? Maybe there is some chemical product in the water to dissolve a chewing gum, for example. But in the end, chemicals are not that important in this process. It will probably also work quite well with water alone. And what about temperature? Well, maybe it is warm water, maybe even hot water. But if this is outside on a winter day in Germany where it's only 5 degrees centigrade, when the water hits the ground, it's already cooled down. So chemicals and temperature are not that important, but mechanical force and time are extremely important. So you see, the Zinner circle is to be modified with every process. And this will give you an idea when you think, oh, what would the Zinner circle look like when I see this process? This is helpful. Don't underestimate it. It's a very nice thing. And now I want you to show you another cleaning process, which is really remarkable, because it's a very simple one. And let's think about what the Zinner circle looks like. Look at this. And now we have a circle which is complete with only 2 elements. When I move the leaves, I only provide some mechanical force, and I do it for a certain time, but I definitely have no chemicals, and I have no certain temperature. So only 2 variables make a complete circle. No chemicals, no temperature necessary. And this is something which we have to have in the back of our head. Every cleaning process needs mechanical force and time. You will always find these 2 elements in your cycle. And why? Because you have a contamination and you want to make it go away. So you have to push it, you have to move it, you have to apply a certain force, a mechanical force, and you have to do it long enough. So every cleaning process requires mechanical force and time. Hey, in a washer disinfector, where does the mechanical force come from? From the water that you spray. So, very easy. If you have a place in your load where the water does not move, it doesn't work. No matter what detergent you buy, if there is a position where the water is not moving, then you cannot clean it. And by this simple idea, this simple fact, you can very easily improve the handling of your instruments. Because there are quite often situations where you see, oh, when I do it like this, the water cannot move. There will be probably water, but it will not have any movement, and then I do not provide any mechanical force. Now, why do we need chemicals and certain temperatures? Because sometimes the contamination adheres too strongly, it sticks. And if this is the case, my mechanical force probably is not good enough anymore. And in this case, I can look for a suitable chemical product which might dissolve or loosen the adherence. And this chemical product could maybe require a certain temperature to work properly. So temperature and chemical product often go together. when you buy a certain detergent, it is probably indicated on the container that you should go for a certain temperature to get the best result with this product. And then you have a process like this, and then it works again. So once again, your detergents are necessary whenever your contamination on the instruments sticks too strongly. And this is the case. Because what is going to happen when you want to clean your instrument with mechanical force only? Well, depending on the contamination, you have to use a brush made of metal. Then they are clean, but then they are destroyed. So you have to reduce the mechanical force in order to make sure that you do not destroy them. And since the mechanical force is limited, you have to buy chemicals. These are the detergents. Okay, there we go. Now let's have a look on the question, why is it sometimes easy to clean things, and why is it sometimes very difficult to clean things? Well, this is a very simple story. Still, it's helpful to become aware of this. The first thing is the question, what material is contaminated? Now, for example, the porosity. Here you have a medical device which is non-porous, and so every contamination is on the surface. And here you have a medical device which is porous. This is what it looks like when you put it under a microscope. You see, it's like a sponge. And you can imagine that in these pores, in these sponge-like structures, you can get contamination in it, and this will never come out again. And we are all familiar with that, because when we have plastic material, not only in the medical field, but also at home in the kitchen, if you go for Tupperware and you use it 2 years, it looks dirty. You cannot clean it anymore, and you can use it. It's not critical, but it looks dirty, and in fact it is dirty, because in these structures there is dirt which never comes out again. And this is this porous load. Okay, what else do we have? The chemical properties. Here you have stainless steel, and here you have aluminium. And I can tell you, cleaning steel and cleaning aluminium are completely different issues. And think about all the other materials that you have. You might have silicone, or you might have some Teflon or plastic, or you might even have titan. All these surfaces have different properties when you try to clean them. What else do we have? Polarity. If something is hydrophil or hydrophobe, decides on how difficult it is to be cleaned. Here you have a steel pan which is hydrophilic, and you see the water goes together like a small lake. And here you have a hydrophobic surface, which is a pan made of Teflon. And the problem can be easily found out with a simple experiment in your kitchen. I invite you to prepare a fried egg in these two pans without fat. Do not put oil or butter in the pan, but keep the pan dry and simply heat it up and put an egg in it. Then you will learn that the egg, which will then be denaturated protein, that it will stick like hell in the steel pan, and you will have difficulty to clean it. And you will learn that the fried egg in the Teflon pan, even without any fat, will come out very easily, and you can very easily clean it. Hydrophilic or hydrophobic surface. Enormously big difference. Then we do have the geometry, the construction of the medical device. You're all familiar with that. You have rather simple instruments concerning the geometry, like this one. You have complex instruments. This is much more difficult to clean. And you, of course, have hollow instruments, and you have very small structures. Here, in the distal end is very small, and this cleaning of this construction is very challenging. This is the geometry. Now we discussed the medical devices. Now let's discuss the contaminations. When you have contaminations, well, there are many options. Here you have some proposals what could be on your instrument, which kind of contaminants you might find. And, well, this list can be continued nearly without limit. There are so many different substances that might be on a contaminated surgical instrument. And so this is just a small choice, but there is one which is of particular interest. This is blood. And the reason is very simple. You find blood on most instruments. Maybe in ophthalmology there is not so much blood, but in all other disciplines you have blood. And the quantity of blood is the biggest one compared to the quantity of the other contaminants. And therefore blood is a little bit like a main contaminant. And blood makes it is a very interesting thing, because blood contains lots of protein, and this protein is water soluble if it is freshly contaminated. And you know this also by personal experience. When you have a little bit of blood in your clothes because you have cut yourself with a knife, and you clean it immediately with cold water, it disappears very easily, and you saved your clothes. If you let it dry, it doesn't work anymore. So when you react quickly, you benefit from the fact that most of the blood is water soluble. But it is not water soluble when it's dried, and it's not water soluble when you disinfect it or when you heat it. Your blood in your clothes will not disappear with warm water. You have to use cold water. And this is what has to be done when you want to get rid of water-soluble things. And this is, by the way, the reason why every cleaning process should start as quickly as possible. We already said that. To avoid drying of the contamination. And second, it should start with cold water without chemicals for the first rinse. And this should be done when you do it manually. So in the operation theater, immediately after the surgery, it would be great to simply spray it with cold water. And this is also done in machine cleaning, because the first step in the washer's disinfector is always rinsing with cold water. And this is even the case if you should have a dishwasher. In dishwashers, the first step is rinsing with cold water. And if you go with freshly contaminated goods into the machine and you switch on, most of the material will be simply washed away with the cold water. If you let it dry, then still it does a rinse with cold water, but then it's not as successful. So these are the things that we have about our cleaning. We learned about the Zinner circle, and we learned about the different materials and constructions. And now let's go into a process to get a little bit of information how we fight against the contaminants. So let's have a look, a very short look on the cleaning detergents. Whatever cleaning detergent you use, you will always find three things which are important in the product. This is the pH value, this is enzymes, these are surfactants, This is the product. And then you put the product, you never clean with pure detergent, but you put it in water. And therefore, the fourth element is always the water quality. Okay, let's start with the pH value. I don't want to go into details with that. We have so many slides about it, but it's not necessary to do that. I simply want to go in a very simple, you see, this is lots of information, and we simply switch it over. And I want to go to the pH scale. Here we go. The pH value indicates if you have an acid has a rather low pH value. Water is neutral, it has 7, which is neutral. And, for example, soda lime is alkaline, and it has a high pH value. And the pH value is between 0 and 14. This is why 7 is in the middle, it's neutral. And where does it come from? I go one slide back, and then you see it. We use this exponent. This is the decadic logarithm, and of the concentration of certain things. As I said, we do not go into details. But I want you to see where the 7 comes from. This is the pH 7 of water. It comes from this value, and you see it is up here in the exponent. And then please be aware that this value indicates something, or is something in the way of calculation, which means if you increase it by 1, it means 10 times more. 10 to the power of 3 is 10 times more than 10 to the power of 2. So every change of pH value means it becomes 10 times more or 10 times less. And this is important to be aware of, because here's the explanation. The pH value is logarithmic. It comes from this index up there. Therefore, one increment, counting one up or counting one down, represents a multiplication with 10. And you see there is a funny example. The pH value of lemon juice is quite small because it's acid. It's about 2. The pH value of Coca-Cola is about 3. And it's completely correct to say lemon juice is 10 times more acid than Coca-Cola, because the difference is 1. Let's go for tomato juice. It has a pH value of 4. And so lemon juice is 100 times more acid than tomato juice. Every counting one step up means 10 times more. And this is important for you to know, to become aware that a pH value should be precise. It's not, ooh, I have 11, yesterday I had 12, come on, it's the same. No, this is extremely different. Extremely different. Please be aware that pH value, a slight change of pH value is in fact a huge change of the process. This is the only reason why I wanted to show you where this value comes from. It comes from a decadic logarithm. Okay, pH value goes between 0 and 14. Let's go for some examples. We already mentioned the lemon juice, which is sour or acid. We know it from the taste. And the pH value is 2, 2.4, like this. Then we know water is pH neutral, so it's in the very middle, it has pH 7. And when we go to the right-hand side, in the direction of 14, we talk about alkaline. For example, drain opener. When the water does not disappear in your shower and the sink is blocked, you buy these chemicals and you put them in, and they are highly alkaline, pH 13, 13.3. So do not touch them. They are very aggressive, and they will open your drain. So you see, we have between sour and alkaline all the range. And why do we find alkaline cleaning detergents so often? Well, in fact, they're used for, well, thousands and thousands of years. It's not centuries, it's even more. Archaeology has found out that even in ancient Egypt, 3000 before Christ, they already used alkaline cleaning for their textile. The people back then did not know what alkaline is, but today we know that they used it because we can read what they used. And the reason is very simple. High pH value, alkaline, denaturates organic substances into water-soluble components. So something which is not water-soluble is modified by the high pH value and becomes water-soluble. Well, this is exactly what happens in your drain when you put drain opener in it. What kind of material do you have in your drain? Well, everything that you wash off from your body during your shower. So your parts of our skin, our hair, whatever, all this material contains lots of protein. It's organic material. And when you put this high pH value on it, it will react with it and turn it into water-soluble material. And this is when you rinse with water afterwards, this will be dissolved in the water and will be transported away. We call this hydrolysis. And this is the same with textile. What is the contamination of textile, of our clothes? Well, again, everything that comes out of our body, or maybe the food that we put on it, and all this material is full of protein. And when we hydrolyze these proteins, these contaminations, they become water-soluble and are washed away. So, since this is especially effective with proteins, hey, proteins are the main component in blood. And now you get an idea why you find so many alkaline cleaning detergents on the market. So you find high pH value in drain opener, or wall cleaner, when you have algae on the wall, or barbecue cleaner. This is the German version, but believe me, this means barbecue cleaner, or instrument cleaner, high pH. So this is especially good to fight against protein-containing contaminants. Okay, this is number one. Number two, the enzymes. In the 1980s, aluminum containers were introduced in the market. And we learned very quickly that aluminum will have corrosion when we treat it with alkaline detergents. And these new aluminum containers were in the market, and the industry had to find a solution to clean them with a neutral pH value to protect the aluminum. And this is when they found out we can use enzymes instead. So they started to develop detergents with a neutral pH value, and then they added enzymes. What are enzymes? They are proteins. There are no organisms. They are not alive. Enzymes are dead material, and they are proteins. These enzymes break down certain substances into water-soluble components. Again, this is hydrolysis. And we are full of enzymes. Our body is full of enzymes, because when we eat, we cannot get benefit from the food in the original version. But when an enzyme is breaking down the components that we eat and makes them water-soluble, then we can digest them. So our digestive system is full of enzymes. Enzymes are effective without being consumed. They can go on working without limit. They do not wear out. They are catalysts. Very good property of them. But every enzyme can only break down one substance. Here you have some examples. Protease breaks down proteins. makes them water soluble. Lipase breaks down lipids, makes fat water soluble. Cellulose breaks down cellulose. And he could continue this list without limit, but every enzyme can only do one thing. It's specialized to fight against one part, one component of your contaminant. There are several thousands of enzymes in the human body. There are several million of enzymes in nature, and daily you will find new enzymes. You can read reports about that in scientific journals. The scientists are crazy about enzymes because they find more and more enzymes and discover them. It's a fascinating world. Few weeks ago I read an article about enzymes found in the human body, not found but discovered. It is a very interesting field of research, this status of pregnancy. When a woman is pregnant, there are so many enzymes working during pregnancy. This is a huge field of research for scientists, and thank God we have these enzymes. But attention, you remember the first slide said enzymes are proteins. And you know how you can easily destroy proteins? You know very well, because you do it when you fry an egg. You heat them up, and then the protein will become solid and is destroyed. And this is why enzymatic cleaner must never be stored at a high temperature. It must be stored in a cool place. If you store it at 25, 28 degrees centigrade, don't spend the money. You destroy it during storage. It has to be cooled. It has also be transported in a cooled vehicle. And it must not be used in a high temperature program. Very interesting example. You know that you will die when you have fever of 42 degrees centigrade. You know why? Because the enzymes in our body will then be coagulated at this temperature. The destruction of enzymes because of this high temperature is the reason why we die when we become too warm. The enzymes in the detergent that you buy, they can't stand higher temperatures than 42 degrees centigrade because they are harvested from genetically modified bacteria. They can survive up to 56, 57 degrees centigrade, so it's better than the ones we have, but still, when you apply a cleaning process with 60 degrees centigrade, the enzymes are destroyed immediately. So this is a problem with them. Then we have a second problem. You remember, enzymes are proteins, right? And we have an enzyme which is able to break down proteins. And this is an important one because you have so many proteins on your contaminants. So in other words, the protease breaks down proteins, so it breaks down itself. It destroys itself. Every enzymatic product loses quality because it destroys itself. It eats up itself. It's automatically destroyed due to the protease that is inside. This means during storage, it loses quality with every day. And for you, it is so essential when you have an enzymatic cleaning detergent to respect first in, first out. If you do not do that, again, you do not benefit from these enzymes. And the third thing, more and more producers like to have a combination of mild alkaline, which means pH 10, pH 11, and put enzymes in order to get a combined benefit from the effect of a high pH value and the enzymes, which makes very powerful and good detergents. But hey, what was a good pH value good for? for denaturating proteins. And what are enzymes? Proteins. So these combination products will lose quality even faster. So very good products, but not stable, and to be treated, to be handled with care and with lots of knowledge. Keep them in a cool place, transport them in a cool vehicle, keep them in a cool place. Use them as freshly as possible. Do not buy a stock full of detergent for the next year, because this is far too much. You will go beyond the expiry date with that. With enzymatic cleaning detergents, order them when you need them, but do not fill your storage area with this product and let this become old. In this case, you do not get benefit from it. So these are the enzymes. Now let's have a look on the surfactants. What are surfactants? In chemistry, we do have two major groups of materials: polar and non-polar materials. Here you see some examples. Water and sugar and salt, they are polar, and non-polar are oil and wax and so on. You can tell about it because here on the left, in the left column, you can easily mix it. When you put salt in the water, it will dissolve, perfectly mixed. When you mix oil and benzene, because you have maybe an engine where you need that, it mixes. But you cannot put water and oil together, they will not mix. Or sugar and benzene, it does not mix. And it leads to a situation like this. Here you have oil swimming on water. So this is a bottle, yeah, and here's oil and here's water. And you see it does not mix. The oil swims on the surface of the water. It doesn't mix. You can stir it, but when you wait 1 hour, it will look again like this. And the oil will agglomerate. But you can create a mixture by adding a chemical. This one. Something that you buy for hand cleaning of your dishes. These products contain surfactants. And then you have this one, and suddenly both liquids are mixed. How does it work? The surfactants in this product are these little sticks, these gray sticks, and they have a charged end. These are small minus, these are small negative charges, and it has a non-charged end here, these ones, and the charged end will be directed in the direction of the polar material, the water, and the other one will be directed to the non-polar material, the oil. And now the oil drop is isolated with a layer of surfactants. And if another drop arrives, normally they would go together, but here they cannot connect because they have this layer of surfactants which isolates them from their neighbor. This is why they mediate between polar and non-polar, and you can also find the word mediating substance. These are the surfactants. So, what are they good for? Let's have a look at that. Here we have water and a contamination, and it adheres on some surface. It sticks. Now let's add a surfactant containing detergent. Here come the surfactants. They swim in the water, and since the water is moving, they will come in touch with the contamination, and then they will have the orientation that the non-charged end will be oriented to the contamination, and the charged end will be oriented to the water. Now this is moistened. The water keeps on moving, and then this is going to be detached. And then this particle will swim in the water, and it will be surrounded by the surfactants. And now this contamination is swimming in the water. If there is another piece of contamination, it cannot go together because it has this layer of isolation. So it cannot become bigger, but it can become smaller, because it might fall apart into two parts, and now both parts are still surrounded by the surfactants. And now comes the most important thing. The smaller they are, the better they float. This is what we call dispersion. And why do we want the contaminants to float in the water? Because we want them to go out of the machine together with the other water when they're pumped out. And if they were big, these contaminants were still big parts agglomerated together, they would stick on the wall of the machine or on the surface of another instrument. Make the contaminant as small as possible, and then it swims in the water and it will go out. Okay, there we are. We have talked about pH value, enzymes and surfactants, and these are the main components of a detergent. All the other ingredients in detergents are very interesting. They are, for example, added to protect surfaces. They are added to avoid undesired interactions, but they are not responsible for cleaning. These three are responsible for cleaning. And then we do have the water, and due to the time, we will make it very short. We do have three qualities of water, which is tap water, softened water, and demineralized water. So I'll continue here to skip some slides. Let's start with tap water. Tap water contains minerals. For example, these ones. It's not mineralized water, but still every tap water contains minerals, and they are dissolved, and then you have ions, which you can see they are all electrically charged. This is the original water you have to work with. It has a certain amount of minerals and it has a certain hardness, because hardness is provoked by the presence of calcium and magnesium. The more calcium and the more magnesium you have, the harder the water is. And when we want to soften the water, we have to get out the calcium and magnesium. And this works as follows. I will skip again a few slides. It works in a way that we have an ion exchanger. This is German, Ionen. So leave away En, an ion exchanger. And now all the water flows through it. It comes here from top. And it brings calcium and magnesium, and it will go in this exchanger. And down here, it will flow out, but calcium and magnesium will remain inside. It will be held back by the resin balls inside of this ion exchanger. So let's see what comes out at the bottom. So the magnesium goes in, 2 times positively charged. So 2 positive charges have to come out, and here they come. And you see what happens? We replace the calcium and the magnesium by sodium. And now we have softened water. Softened water means take out the magnesium and the calcium and replace it by sodium. When this one is exhausted, you have to refill it with sodium, as this is done with sodium chloride, which is the salt that you use in the kitchen. And this is what can be easily done to refresh this ion exchanger. This can be done by anybody who refills the salt container. If you happen to have a dishwasher, you're used to that you have to refill the salt reservoir regularly. Now we have soft water, and in the end we would like to demineralize the water. We want to get out all the minerals. And this can be also done with ion exchange technology. Here the water comes in. Let's go for a mineral that comes in. Let's take sodium chloride, NH+, and Cl-. And now the same technology. It goes in, remains inside, and something else comes out. Okay, let's start with the chloride, negatively charged. It goes in, and here comes out an ion OH-, which is also negatively charged. And now for the positively charged one, H+. Well, this doesn't look spectacular, right? But together they will make water. So in reality, all minerals go in, and released at the exit will be water. This is demineralization. The other method of demineralization is reversed osmosis. Reversed osmosis means that water is pressed through a membrane which holds back the salt. Okay, these are our water qualities. We do have tap water, we have softened water, where calcium and magnesium is exchanged by sodium. And we have demineralized water, where no minerals are there, made by ion exchange or by reversed osmosis. And these two are also called process water. It's treated water. Okay, now let's finalize this chapter and then let's go to lunch. But the last thing is a quick rush through a program for your washer disinfector. Here we go. As always, we have a graph where you have a timeline, and here we have temperature. This is our washer disinfector. It's an example. There are so many different programs on the market. This is a typical one. So the first step in our washer disinfector would be, we already mentioned that, the first step would be cold rinse. Here we go. Let's think that our tap water has 20 degrees centigrade, and we can use tap water. No need to have some fancy water quality. You can simply use tap water in order to remove all water-soluble residues which are still on your surface if the contaminant is fresh and if the contaminant has not been disinfected. Then, if this is the case, this first program step will remove so much contamination already without any effort. And as I said, it's completely okay to use tap water for that. Now the water is pumped out, new water is pumped in, and now we want to use the detergent, the chemical product that you buy. Here we go. Now we go for a higher temperature. And now our water quality should be at least softened. I don't like to have calcium or magnesium in your water when you use your detergent, or I don't like to have hard water. You know your own what happens when you have hard water. When you have hard water, hard tap water, and you take a shower, you will notice that there is no foaming when you wash your hair. If you have soft water, you will have lots of foam. And this shows that the hard water reduces the effectiveness of your cleaning detergent. And this is why we need to have soft water. And the dosage information of all detergents on the market always refer to soft water. So this would be the perfect quality of water for this step. And you should go for a temperature of maximum 55 degrees when you have enzymes. And if you have an alkaline cleaner, you can go for a much higher temperature because a high pH value is best when you have a high temperature. And when you have one of these combination products, which are mildly alkaline and which contain enzymes, why not go for this one? You start with this temperature, and there the enzymes will do their job. And then you heat up to a high temperature, enzymes will be destroyed now, but they already worked here. And here at the high temperature, you get all the good from the high pH value. Okay, so temperature must be adapted to the detergent. This is crucial. We have so many examples where you have a good detergent but the wrong temperature. And this is simply wasted money. It has to be adapted. Now we're done with the cleaning. Let's come down with the temperature again. If you have used a high alkaline cleaning detergent here, maybe you want to get down with the pH value. In this case, your distributor will probably propose a neutralizer, which is an acid. If you do not use high alkaline, leave it away. Then you simply go down with the temperature. And then there is a final rinse. You want to get rid of all chemical residues. And this is recommended to be done with demineralized water. If available in your house, go for demineralized water here, because this will carry out the chemical residues in the most effective way. And in the literature you find also the recommendation to use demineralized water at this stage of the process, because this will reduce the risk that any salt crystal might deposit on your instrument, which would then burn into the surface during disinfection. So these are the perfect water qualities. If available, this would be the right choice. Which water quality fits to which step of the program. If you don't have them, you have to deal with what you have. This is simply what is the perfect way. Okay, at this stage we are over with cleaning. At this time, if you do process validation, we would interrupt the machine now and would see if it's clean. In everyday life, your machine keeps on working because now after the cleaning comes the disinfection. It's a washer, disinfector. And this is also the sequence of work. It starts with washing and then comes disinfection. So now during disinfection you keep on using, if possible, demineralized water. And if you have medical devices which cannot be treated at high temperature without being destroyed, like flexible endoscopes, then you go probably for 50 degrees centigrade. This is warm, but not hot enough to do disinfection. And this is why endoscope machines always need an additional chemical disinfectant. So this is what we call thermochemical disinfection. If you want to disinfect metal instruments, surgical instruments, go for 90 or 93 degrees centigrade, for example, for 5 minutes. Then you have disinfection by temperature only. This is thermic disinfection, the best way for your classic surgical instruments made of metal. Okay, and then we're done. Then we blow hot air through the nozzles to dry it, and then you can open the machine. So the two main messages with this graphic is you see that the success of your process depends on the water quality. The nearer you come to these recommended water qualities, the better it is. And the second is, please understand that this temperature here has to be adapted to the detergent that you use. Using an enzymatic detergent at too high a temperature is not a good idea. using an alkaline cleaning detergent at a low temperature is also nonsense. So it has to be adapted, and we come back to where we started at. This is process design. Okay, we had a rush through the program. Now it's 1:30. Therefore, I assume that there is a lunch outside. I hope so. I did not get any signal, but it was said 1:30 would be the good time. So I say thank you to everybody for this first session. And then let's see, maybe we will meet again in the afternoon. I think there is another presentation after lunch, and maybe I can take over with the second part of this later if there is the opportunity. I will check this out. For you, very many thanks for having attended, for having listened. I hope you liked it, and I wish you a very nice lunch break and enjoy your meal.
Thank you so much, sir. That was a very thoughtful, provoking session. I'm sure we all gained a deeper understanding of all the topics you have presented today. Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful presentation. Now, a delicious lunch awaits you for all in the first floor. I request everyone proceed to the first floor. Thank you.
बैग एट था पोस्ट नहीं जरा से बैग रखिए ये बैग का सर चलो से फोटो वीडियो